Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, good morning here on the Weather Dam side here at Rodeo Austin. I'll tell you, it's a real privilege for me to be here this morning and sharing the ring with our goat judge over there. And I want to thank Mr. Ripley and Thane and everybody here for having me and giving me this opportunity. Those that know me know I love these female shows just as much as I do a market lamb show, and they're really, really enjoyable. And just seeing how this show's grown in the last few years exponentially, especially on the goat side, is incredible. So I'm very, very excited. This first class, everything I could have hoped and dreamed for, and I didn't know exactly what to expect. And I wanted to set the tone in the direction of stock that I like. There's a lot of real thick, powerful ones that hit me here in this ring in Class 1. Get you a look, though, of this class winner. And those that know me, I know this is the kind of stock I'm absolutely after. This young lady's sheep hit the ring, and it was game over, lights out. That's how I want them built from the profile. But more importantly, that's how I want them built in motion. That is a beautiful hip and hind leg. She is absolutely gorgeous to look at from the profile. She's sleek. What I like about her, she hit the ring and I knew she was a female. She is beautiful and feminine and nice up there through her neck and her shoulder. She's wedged right there at the base of her blade. And then that build of her hind leg, that athletic look and quality when she gets out and takes a gait and grabs the ground is the type of livestock I absolutely admire. And she is big and stout and just as bubbly from behind maybe as a sheep in 2 and 3. I don't think so, but she's no pancake. She's not built like me. When you get behind her, she's still got real steel, and she's got a fresh muscle shape, a gorgeous look, the extra hamp feature. That's a bad cat. And those that know me know I am not afraid to pull the trigger on a Class 1 or a lightweight. I'll tell you what, I think the world of that female right there. She hits me really, really hard. Buddy's sheep that lands into a lot of the same can be said in a completely different fashion. That is one stout monster, and you get right in behind the livestock. Buddy, she's built as good in terms of her body shape, her rib cage, and just her natural muscle. When I get right in behind her, she's a Brood U Deluxe in terms of rib and body and mass and dimension. As I set the tone, again, I don't know, one of these might be my grand at the end of the day, and I just sit here by and draw her from the profile, Buddy. She's a little straighter in her hock and a little more locked out in terms of her rear leg for me. She's a little shorter in her body length, a little shorter up through her front end. I just didn't think she had that striking silhouette, that athletic look and style and pizzazz from the profile is what my class winner did, but that is a marvelous pair. I like both those sheep. A lot of the same can be said about the young lady in pink sheep that comes here in 3, a real stouty. When you get behind her, I mean, her hip is ginormous. She's packing some serious heat when you get in behind her there. Love her forearm, her stoutness, her back shape. When push comes to shove, young lady, we let the ponies run in motion. She's just too straight for me up through her front end. She's a little coarser. She runs downhill just a little on us. I'd like to lift her up in her front end, make her just a little neater around her tail head, a little neater at the base of her shoulder. If we do so, different ball game. She's a stouty and she's packing some heat. I just read her a little deeper, a little coarser there through her front end. Different speed here. The young lady here in the long sleeve shirt in 4, I really like just her fundamentals. She's sound structured. She's good in terms of her body. She's very smooth and level in terms of her top line balance. Young lady, I step right in behind them. In relation to the 2 sheep that go in front of you, she is the narrowest hipped. She's probably the plainest butted of those top 4. And then I didn't think she had the same look and just a quality there through her front end as our class winner. So I slid you 4 and just wanted to power her up a little as I got right in behind. The young lady sheep that rounds out your top 5, a real good showman. She has a very, very good hand there on the front end of that sheep. I really like just her shape of her rack. She's really bold in her forerib and her rack shape. Gets just a little tighter back to her flank, a little sharper and more rigid in terms of her spine and her hock. When I study her there in motion, just wanted to free her up just a little bit there on the go.
That was comments for our Weather Dam class from our judge, Mr. Connor Brew. We will have class placings here shortly. Results from Class 1 weather dams. 10th place was Harley Coxon, James Madison, FFA. 9th, Alyssa Purcell, Denison, FFA. 8th, Ryder Darby, Lee County 4-H. 7th, Maylee Zimmerman, Zavala County 4-H. 6th, Kaylee Daniel, Fayette County 4-H. 5th, Holly Moore, Deer Park, FFA. 4th was Brooke Garms, Clear Creek, FFA. 3rd was Peyton Fortner. 2nd, Case Pearson, Guadalupe County 4-H. And our class winner was Anna Claire Bland, Leon County 4-H. Congratulations.
Well, a big crowd here on the Doe side, and heard that I think in year 3 the numbers have just been climbing exponentially. So a lot of goats to get through, but want to give every one of them their time here. Really excited to be here at Rodeo Austin and get to sort through these things. And I think we kick it off with some real firepower here in Class 1. A lighter weight set of goats, and how do they get here, and why do they weigh this? There's obviously some differences in maybe just their future, their maturity pattern. I think the doe that I'll go ahead and use to win, I think as we project what kind of I'm probably looking for and what I'm after as we get into those heavier weight classes, I think that one is the one who can just keep getting bigger, keep getting bloomier, and she'd still be the same kind that I tie to. That one's not just the fleshiest. She's a little bit slicker there in terms of her leg hair. I understand all those things. I think basic build and looking like a female, just getting out here and catting around and really, really flawless kind of skeleton. And then you still get on top of that one. Just the genuine turn to her forerib, I think, is really, really bold. It's not just the most cracked open and most mature today, but I definitely think the future's there. That one out of the backside of her shoulder just props up so square and firm in terms of her rack shape. I think the edges of her loin and where her pin set is really, really appropriate. So putting the structure and just kind of balance as they get out and move with that kind of handling quality, and I think some future as we project them into the heavier weights, a really nice place to start. If you just want to go all in on the really, really massive one who just from her nose to her tail is the absolute stoutest, that's, a stout skull, big horned one, thick there in the root of her tail, and I think handling quality is equally impressive. That one in terms of her chest and up front, just the pride to her cage is really, really good. I think the longer that one got out here and just kept on going, maybe broke down in her skeleton just ever so slightly, a little bit more open and uncomfortable there in terms of the set to her shoulder and knee, but definitely some trade-offs there in my mind. I think kind of this blonder-headed one here that ends up in third and kind of worked her way the longer we studied that one, just one that's really, really solid from the outside. Maybe just like to stretch her in terms of her length of body ever so slightly. One that proportions good. I think handles really, really fresh and appropriate up high as well. I think the one that comes in fourth here, maybe a little bit staler there in just her hair as you study her from far off. I think you dig into that one and study how she's really assembled in her basic build. I think you study that one in terms of her handling quality up high, opening up with some mass and having the forearm and feature at the surface to match it. Really, really nice one there as well. Kind of a blonder-headed one that here rounds out the top 5. Big, big back shape in her. You can see just the side turn that she has to her leg, the stoutness there to her hip. Maybe one that just in terms of how she operates, in terms of her hind leg assembly, just the neatness of how she's assembled from the outside. Not quite as tidy or unique as those few there ahead of her, but I think a really stout one there to round out the top 5. A good set here. There's some that's still just really, really impressive in terms of their power pieces through the top 10. Maybe a few that you really, really appreciate from the outside. We just got to have a little bit more impressive when you get your hands on them. A really, really fun set here and make me look forward to what we're going to get to work with these exhibitors and goats here as we go through a long day. Let's put your hands together for this class, please.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Weather doe results from Class 1. 10th place was Bailey Underwood, Sanger FFA. Breeder is Aikens Livestock. 9th, Cameron Parker, Merkel FFA. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 8th, Andrew McCutcheon, Cook County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Genetics. 7th was Quincy Walker, Magnolia West FFA. 6th, Shelby Joe Walker, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. 5th, Zane Scoggins, Cattle Mills FFA. 4th, Lila Swanson, Temple FFA. 3rd, Shelby Poindexter, Harrison County 4-H. 2nd, Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H. Breeder was Highview Ranch. And our class winner was Kaylee Clemens, Ropes FFA. Congratulations. Give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
As we work through your second class here on the U side, I believe we just have two in this particular division, and I found a few that I really, really like, and I'm willing to pull the trigger on them if we need to. Again, this is a really good class. They came in, and we pulled quite a few of them on the walk. A few of them, as we got back out here, again, I'm man enough to admit it. Sometimes you pull one on the walk, and then you get them back out here, and they maybe look just a little skinny, a little flatter, and I thought that was the case in a few areas in this particular group. As we work into the front end, I thought the dogfight, the real discussion came between second and third. No question in my mind who your class winner was. It's young guy up there in the black shirt. Again, a critic will tell you she's not big enough butted. And again, I completely buy that. As you get right in behind her, she does need to be bigger pinned and just a little broader and more progressive there to her rump structure. At the end of the day, I know it's a weather dam show, but I want my females to look like females, and I'd rather add power with the buck when it comes breeding time. Her structure is immaculate, and she's built exactly how I like them, just how we talked in your first class winner. She's feminine, she's striking, and when she gets out and grabs the show surface, she is beautiful in the hinge of her front shoulder, her knee, the way her top line stays loose and level and flowy, and then she just really grabs this dirt and gets out and boogies in terms of structure. I thought, again, if I'm going to bank on one in terms of just needing to add a little power when you get to breeding season, she's the one, feet, legs, style, design I could bank on. I really, really like the kind she represents. Power her up just a shade if you're going to call a spade, but to me, her body type is still plenty functional. Her feet and legs is why she wins this particular drive. I thought the U in second was really, really powerful, and she was real close in a lot of areas. From a three-quarter view, she's a class leader, and there's no question to me. Her body shape is really, really round, and her rib cage is huge. She's even bigger when you get in behind her. I love just her genuine spring of rib, her natural thickness and power as I get right in behind her. I thought when we let them loose and studied them in motion, she got a little choppier in terms of her front end, a little rounder in terms of her hip. We parked the stock here from the profile, had a glaring hole to me in terms of her loin edge, the way it tied into her hip and how she built there out of her rump structure. I'd just like to smooth her up down her top, make her a little more flexible young lady when we let them in motion. If we do so, she's probably just a little softer back to her flank, a little rounder in her rib cage, a little more powerful from behind. I banked on the feet and legs, the structure I like just a little bit more in our class winner. I thought standing still, young man, you could be second real easily. Here from the profile, she's so good in terms of levelness. Her underline's really, really nice from chest to flank. Very smooth in terms of her makeup. When push comes to shove, I get right in behind them. I didn't think she was as powerful as the sheep in second. I didn't think she was as stout in her forearm or as flexible as the sheep I started with there. So I've slid you into third because I just like to open her up in her rib, make her a little more powerful from behind, stouten her up in her natural forearm and foot size. You're a great showman, though. You do an awesome job here from the profile. Just wanted to power her up a shade, make her a little more flexible next to our class winner. Hey, little guy, you do a good job, man. You have a big stout ewe that's hard to wrangle, and you do a real good job getting her presented to us. She is as stout as any of them, buddy. And I think in terms of a breeding piece, you got you a powerful one on your hands here. Real big backed, real big ended. I love her foot, her bone, her natural power. But as we get her out here next to the three of them there in front of you, she becomes a little plainer up through her shoulder and her front end in motion, a little higher in her spine when she gets out and goes. I just didn't think she ran uphill like they did in the motion there, but you do a good job getting her put together. I wish you luck. You got a bright future because you do a really, really nice job. You got her presented very well to us. The real stout one of the bunch does come here in 5. And if you want to breed around one that you like power, you like back, you like muscle, you can run her up a couple spots. I mean, she is open opened up and broad and stout from every single angle. Young lady, I try to stay as true to my kind as I can, and she comes just a little coarse for me. In a female show, I'd like to lengthen out her front end, smooth her up at the point of her shoulder. She goes in motion. She's just a little round and choppy in terms of her hip and structure for me. If she was sounder, she goes third. I had to make a call. I didn't think she was, so I put you fifth here, but you got a real powerful one. You've done a great job getting presented to us here. That was a great first division, and we're going to have a heck of a drive, so look on in here. We're going to have some nice ones. Give them a good round of applause here as they're exiting, please. Good job, brother.
Okay, we are ready for our first division drive for our Weather Dam show. Coming out of Class 1, first place was Anna Claire Bland, Leon County 4-H. And second place was Case Pearson, Guadalupe County 4-H. From Class 2, first place was Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. And second was Savannah Elizondo, Travis County 4-H. Folks, let's give these Weather Dam exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 2 Weather Dam results. 10th place was Brooke Garms, Clear Creek FFA. 9th, Ellie Mae Eccles, Leonard FFA. 8th, Aubrey McKay, Deer Park FFA. 7th, Sophia McElwain, Goldthwaite FFA. 6th, Emily Harrison, Madison County 4-H. 5th, Keziah Smock, Clear Falls FFA. 4th, Hunter Penland, Montgomery County 4-H. 3rd, Aiden Burgess, Bridgeland FFA. 2nd, Savannah Elizondo, Travis County 4-H. And our class winner was Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. Congratulations.
We jump into class 2 here on the Doe side, and I think, just studying these 5 from the profile and what we saw come through here top to bottom definitely just got deeper and better as we went a class heavier. I think with that, maybe the first goat that I pulled as they came in here, and I think one who's just initial impression and paired with its handling quality hits you awfully hard. You start up front on that one, and I think chest twist, squareness to the ground in terms of its knee and hock, having the feature and skull to match that really impressive kind of back shape. I think that's an awfully exciting one that we go ahead and lead off with. Not just, the fullest and back into its rear rib and flank, and like to just see it a little bit more mature there and maybe its rib design, but I think the out there pieces on that one are awfully exciting. I think the one that rivals it in terms of handling quality and maybe didn't pull just immediately is the goat that we have here, the young lady getting stuck in second. I think that one from the side still props up, probably just neater in terms of her shoulder shape and neck shape compared to the class winner. And like I said, rivals her in terms of handling quality. Probably in my mind, that one maybe just would have been a real heater there in the first class, gets just a little bit out-horsed here in the second class compared to the ones on either side of her. I think this longer caped one here, I think just a basic build and body and rib design, having some mass and spread is really good. I think gets out and just exactly as you see her as they're stuck, looks the same on the move. Probably to me in a second class, one that's just a little bit more mature and just turning into a female, maybe just not quite as cracked open and square there in her chest, but love that one's basic build. I think a really good one here that we have coming out in 4th, this kind of saddleback doe. I think you set them into motion, you really appreciate that one's just ring quality. Probably as we get into them right there behind her shoulder, you see she deviates ever so slightly, just not as cracked open and square in her rack shape, probably where I went ahead and sorted her 4th. I think one from the outside, that just basic build, really appreciate the fundamentals here in the female that we have in 5th, one that I think is definitely just pretty easy to breed on and really going to make some just solid kind of offspring, and you can take her, the buck, in the direction you want. Just got out horse here by the 4 ahead of her. Really solid class. So let's put your hands together here on the doe side. Let's
back on the sheep side as we put a bow on Division 1. I'll tell you what, if you don't like some of these sheep out here, we need to clean the glasses. These things here are real sporty. And if you watched OYE on Sunday, I was not afraid to pull the trigger on some lightweights, and I'm certainly not today because we found a few of them here that hit me really hard. Before we talk just a little further, if you're on ringside here, 4 good showmen, 4 young people working their tails off with good stock they brought to town. Give them a good hand here if you guys would, please. Again, as you judge through a livestock show, you don't know exactly what you're going to get, but I try to stay true to my kind as much as I can. You don't have to love my kind, and that is totally okay. We all see stock just a little different. If we liked them the same, there'd be no point in breeding them. But I try to make sure, as we pull class winners and set them here from the profile, that my class winners, my seconds, they kind of match up and follow a trend. You look on the back line, the young lady out in the pink shirt, the young guy out of class 1 and second, they're stout, and and they are real tough in terms of their build. They got real strength, real back, real muscle, real power. And if you like those things, put them on the front line. I completely see that. They are really, really cracked open, really, really powerful livestock. Young guys that was class 1, second, love just the boxiness, the roundness of rib, the birdie look, the maternal quality she gives you. I thought, buddy, she got a little short measuring in terms of her front end, her length of body and hip, and got just a little postier in the set to her hip and her hind leg. The young ladies that was second in class 2, just a big, bad mamma jamma. When you get on top and right in behind, she's got the big power, the big pins, the big stifle. Got just a little easy in her top, and the way it hooked into her loin edge, into her upper hip, a little shuffly in the way she went out and went there in motion. Again, you don't have to love these two on the front line, but at the end of the day, I do, and I'm going to use these kind throughout the rest of the day. I promise you that. These two, you get out and you watch the horses run in motion, they're built exactly how I want them. They are flexible, they're athletic, and then you put them here from the side, and they are gorgeous to look at. This Class 1 winner, man, she hit me right in the temple the moment she came in, and she blew my doors off. This thing right here, again, some people will tell you she's maybe not just as round in her rib, as big in her loin and hip as a couple that are going to hit the ring today. But she looks like a sculpture from the side, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Her blade is up in her. Her underline is immaculate. Her length of hip and levelness of top is superb. She's got a beautiful hind leg, a gorgeous look, a fresh muscle texture, and she's got the looks to kill. I'm telling you what, I love that thing from the profile. What I like about her is when she's just in her natural state. When this young lady just gets off of her and shows her down and she perks her head up, there you go, there's your look. She looks like one you go out every morning and look in the pen and hope she's still out there, hope she's still alive, and boy, she'll get you excited to get out to a pen. More importantly, you throw her back in a breeding pen, she looks like the one that would come running first things first to the pasture in the morning with her head cranked up, her back flattened out, and she is cocky and captivating. You want to tell me she's a little narrower, a little flatter, I buy it, but truthfully, you get to a 3/4 view, she's as progressive in terms of her pin bone because she's laid in good in her blade and she's big and square in her hip. It's not overwhelming, but in a female show, you got to look like that, a structure like that, and you're showing to this guy right here, you're going to be right there in the thick of things. In motion, this ewe out of Class 2 is superb. I mean, her looseness of spine's incredible. She hinges off of both ends. She's a long-bodied female, and she's very, very feminine in the way she's made. The call I got to make right here, right now, in this division, she's a little plainer in her underline. From chest to flank, you get to a 3/4 view, I just don't know if she's as fresh. In terms of her loin edge, is progressive and square. In terms of her hip is what our Class 1 winner is. Those are the differences to me. But that's a pair again. I don't know what's coming in behind. In 6 classes, if I got to roll these two as your champion in reserve at the end of the day, I will be darn proud to stand behind these two. I'm telling you what, one of them to me is a little fresher in her body. She's a little square in her pin. She's better in her underline, and she absolutely hit me like a rock when she came in. Young ladies, Class 1 is going to be your champion. Congrats to her. We drop Buddy's second in, and again, she's stout, and she's boxy, she's moderate, she's broody. I like those things. Maybe this doesn't have that same extension and female look in terms of femininity and structure like our other two does. There's one that pushes her hard. Thought, Buddy, her underline wasn't just as good. She wasn't just as fresh and as strong in her back, but she is incredible when you get them out in motion. Buddy's Class 2 winner is going to be reserved. Congrats to him.
Our champion ewe lamb was Anna Claire Bland, Leon County 4-H, and reserve was Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. Congratulations. Results from Class 2 does. 10th place was Sarah Goss, Splendora FFA. Breeder was Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 9th, Emily Sutton, Belleville FFA. Breeder was Hammer Livestock. 8th, Kaysen McAfee, Caddo Mills FFA. Breeder was Keiss Livestock. 7th, Raina Epley, New Home FFA. Breeder is Decker Show Goats. 6th, Kennedy Johnson, Erath County 4-H. Breeder is Lazy JB Livestock. 5th was Lacey Piper, Harris County 4-H. 4th, Kennedy Lawson, Brazoria County 4-H. 3rd, Lindley Williamson, Sanger FFA. 2nd was Madison Elrod, Rotan FFA. Breeder was Elrod Farms. And our class winner was William Beatty, Mason County 4-H. Breeder was Jade Bowers. Congratulations. Class 3 dams and does are showing in the ring. Class 4 will be the next group to check in the alley. Give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
as we work into our next class here, Division II. Again, I'm going to take my time here this morning, work with the young people. We're in no rush in terms of numbers. Heck, we're already halfway through the show. So we'll take our time. I want to make sure I'm right and giving everybody a good look, a good shake here. I thought this class was an absolute dogfight, truthfully, from 2 through 5. I thought there was a lot of different kinds, and you can get different views of them and line those up just a little way. There was a hammerhead to lead you out up front, and there was no beating this one the moment you came in. Buddy's back, and you got a different version of your D1 sheet. This is a unit. I'm telling you what, when you get in behind her, her rib is wide, her pin bone's bigger. She is packing some heat and some punch, and she is stout. From every view you study her, I just love her brood you balance, her extra shot of muscle and shape she brings to the table. Get onto her just a shade. She could be cleaned up just a bit at the base of her chest and her shoulder. We could jack her up just a shade in terms of her front end. Feet and legs go the right way. She is extra dense, extra flexible. Good place to start there. I thought the young man Silver Sheep just kept working her way up because she is very, very good from the profile. At the end of the day, I thought she was a little better in her spine and her lower body than the sheep in 3, better at the base of her shoulder, had a little more real shape than 4, liked the structure better than 5. So that's why he kept working his way up there into the 2 spot. She's good looking. She's good in terms of texture and muscle shape and skin quality. But in relation to our class winner, I get right here to a 3/4 view. She's just not as broad in terms of her back or her pin set or her base width from the ground. You do an awesome job getting her presented to us. Really like the front 2/3. This is a real useful type of a U in terms of just being strong in her lines, big in her top, and having enough muscle to her. Young lady, as I get here from the profile, a lot can be said about yours and the sheep in 4. Just a little longer in terms of her shoulder, a little deeper in terms of her underline. She gets out in motion and just wants to creep up there in her spine and get a little rounder in terms of her hip. But standing still, I thought she was a little fresher in terms of her look, a little firmer in terms of her shape, a little square from behind than the young man's U here in 4. Buddy, your U's my problem child, and I had her everywhere. I floated this U a bunch because there's views of her I really, really like. She's good in terms of body. She's opened up. She's really, really smooth, very flexible in terms of her structure. I get here from the side, and she's just too heavy in terms of her front end and her chest floor for me in relation to her hip, and then she's probably the softest from a composition perspective. I just like to lean this U up, and I think that would enhance her front end, enhance her muscle shape, but you're a real good hand. You're a good showman. You got a hampy feature, good-bodied brood U. I read just a little plain. This U is real expressive. She's up-fronted. She's hard and crisp to the touch. I just couldn't live with her hind legs. She's a little round in her hip, a little round in her hock, and a little weak in her rear pastern. Structurally, I couldn't work her up the line, but I really liked her shape and her style there. So real tough, 2 through 5, but I thought the class winner kind of set herself apart. Give them a nice round of applause here. Good way here to start Division II.
Well, back on the doe side here, and didn't maybe pull just quite as many on the walk there. I think just initial impression, maybe that previous class winner was trying to find something similar, but I think you sort through these top to bottom, probably just a deeper set of goats in my mind. Maybe part of the challenge of this class. I think showmanship and how these goats were wanting to cooperate for the young ladies, just trying to read through the parts and pieces there. I guess with that, there's definitely some things you can jumble around here in my mind, but I think the one that just checked all the boxes and did everything just right enough and correct enough and put it all together and just the most fault-free package, I think is the female that we're going to go ahead and use here, that the ladies getting stuck there in maroon. I think that one from the outside, just balance and just her presence, I think is really, really good, and she looks just the same as we set her in motion. I think just the structural correctness that she has down low, and probably from a handling quality, I think she maybe is probably rivaled or edged out by the one there in second, but that one's really big in terms of her spread. I think her edges in terms of her loin are good. I love that that one just tracks and her toes point the right direction with some just width and openness underneath. The goat here in second, do you want to just come in and put your hands on them? That one's definitely the most impressive. You can see it there from the stands, just that crease and stand-up kind of rack shape she has there, just the delineation and pop she has there to her leg and the stifle. I think it's really, really good there and probably edges out the class winner. A bigger featured one too. My problem is when we set her into motion, maybe wants to separate there in terms of the center portion of her spine. One that's just not as neat in how her shoulders set into her and just consequently maybe doesn't get out and go. Another one here, the 2 and 3, maybe just wanting to fight the showman some and hard to get a good handle on this goat. I think the basic build, the feature, the body on that one, and just how she puts all her pieces together, really, really nice. Probably just a little bit plainer in terms of her handling quality, but the young lady is doing a heck of a job getting her stuck nonetheless. Definitely to be applauded for that. Black-headed one here, I think the longer you look at her, the more you can just appreciate this goat. One that's got some length of body, some elevation and height there to her shoulder, like her underline balance. That one's really, really good in terms of her skin, and with that, handles awfully impressive up high. Probably just a little bit leaner there in how she hooks her loin into her jump muscles is a little bit rougher. Consequently, maybe you study that one in terms of just her jaw or skull and her foot, not quite as impressive. Kind of a speckly hided one here. I think just wanting to twist and turn on the young lady and give her a little bit harder time. I think that one's elevation and shoulder shape and front third, really, really nice. I think what muscle is there is awfully fresh and hydrated and stand up. Probably in terms of forerib, just not as cracked open as those ones once we get on a comparative basis. But definitely a set of them that they should be really, really proud of. Not just these 5, but the ones throughout the class, like I said, top to bottom, really deep. Put your hands together for these exhibitors in Class 3, a really nice set of goats and kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Be back shortly for the second division drive, and then Class 5 weather dams will be the next group to check in. Results from Class 3 weather dams. 10th place was Cameron Salazar, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 9th was Maybelle Cope, James Madison FFA. 8th, Aubrey McKay, Deer Park FFA. 7th, Claire Paulson, Bridgeland FFA. 6th, Delton Poppy, Gonzalez FFA. 5th, Lottie Owen, Guadalupe County 4-H. 4th, Landon Galbadon, Mongolia West FFA. 3rd, Cambry Wasson, Plano FFA. 2nd, Hunter Isaacs, Freestone County 4-H. And our class winner was Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 4 does are entering the ring. We will need our first and second place from classes 1 through 3 back shortly for our division drive. And then that'll follow with Class 5 does. Class 3 results. 10th place, Fallon Newman, Ganado FFA, breeder is Shrank Show Goats. 9th, Addison Norton, Harris County 4-H. 8th, Kylie Chavez, Schlacker County 4-H. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 7th, Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 6th, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 5th, Landry Crumpton, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Decker Show Goats. 4th, Aaron Rivera, Cahoma FFA. 3rd, Cassidy Plain, Lavernia FFA. Breeder is Barlow Livestock. 2nd, Kennedy Lawson, Brazoria County 4-H. And our class winner, Hannah Graves, Orange Grove FFA. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. Our official show photographer is Devin Sisk Photography. Be sure and go and get photos taken at the backdrop. You can view and order photos online at devinsiskphotography.com. Appreciate them being here. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
As we come to an end here in Division II, probably a stouter set maybe. Is this Division versus Division I? How'd you expect? And you had to be a stout hussy to make it up here in the top end. And again, I told you first class, I'm not here to butt cut them. I'm not here to muscle them out. But when you can come with some horsepower, some real steam here, and still put it in a good balance, good structured package, you need to work to the top end. I thought as you worked down the line, we had a big Voodoo in terms of stoutness and power that landed in 6. Got a little coarser through her front end. I like parts and pieces of the young man's Blue U in 7. Standing still, she's up fronted, she's hard in her muscle. Thought she got just a little straight in terms of her front end. I talked to the other 3 going down the line. Get here to the top 5, and to me again, it was a rat race between a couple of them, but a non-negotiable class winner for me. This U here balances so good. There in terms of her flank line, she is big and stout and maxed out when you get into her. And what I like about her is she gets wider from front to rear and then handles her hind leg with the utmost athleticism when we let her out and set her into motion. She could be just a little tighter at the base of her chest and her shoulder and just a little fresher at her loin edge if you're going to get onto her, but it all fits together real nice from front to rear. I thought she was better in her underline balance, a little sounder in terms of her structure than the U coming right in behind her there. The U in second, immaculate breeding piece. Again, if you want to take one home and make you a lot of buck prospects, here you go. Really stout from front to rear. Big engine, big back shape, real stout, tough forearm and build to her there. I thought she got just a little coarser up through her front end in relation to what our winner was. A little straighter in her shoulder, a little higher in her hip. I just couldn't get her to run uphill and balance like our class leader, but a real stout one. I still thought she had the slight edge in terms of forerib shape, freshness down her top, and power when we got in behind her than the little young ladies here in 3. This little young lady here with the bow in 3, hey, you are a really good showman. I mean, a bright future. And this young lady right here, she's got her level lined, really good structured, functional type of brood U. Just love her extra length of spine she brings to the table. Sweetie, I'd like to lift her up in her chest floor just a little bit in relation to her flank, and then I get back here to a 3/4 view. She becomes just a little flatter in her rib, not as big in her loin or big at her tail head is what the sheep are in the front of you there, but good footed, good bodied, really level in terms of her lines. I still thought again, as you get behind them, she had a little more power than the U coming here in 4. If we just stand them from the profile, I have your U worked up a little bit, young lady. She is really nice in terms of her underline, really good in terms of athleticism and looseness of structure. When push comes to shove, I got you as high as I could because I get right in behind them. She probably ranked 10th or 12th here in this class in terms of just actual power. I'd like to open her up in her pins, make her just a little stouter when I get in behind her, open up her rib shape. But I do love the image she gives us from the side. I just didn't know if she had enough heat and gas there to get to the top end. this ewe has that advantage. The young lady here with the glasses has a real stouty in terms of back and muscle, real creasy in terms of her lower stifle, and I really like just the shape she has. She gets a little straight and a little round for me in terms of her structure, a little straighter through her shoulder, a little rounder in her top, a little rounder in her hip. Just didn't think she was as feminine or as sound as the sheep we ran ahead of you there. So that was a challenging class. A lot of discussion could be had there, but it was a fun division. I look forward to the drive here. Just like we've done, if you guys would, congratulate these young people with a nice round of applause as they're exiting, please.
Okay, we're ready for our second division drive for our weather dams. From Class 3, first place was Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. Second place was Hunter Isaacs, Freestone County 4-H. From Class 4, first place was Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And second place was Powell Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Folks, let's give these ewe exhibitors a big round of applause. Full results for Class 4. 10th place was Sadie Howard, Bryson FFA. 9th, Brooke Garms, Clear Creek FFA. 8th, Brewer Birch, Stephenville FFA. 7th, Gage Wilson, Needville FFA. 6th, Kaylee Ratcliffe, Big Sandy, Dollardsville FFA. 5th, McLean Roberts, Stevens County 4-H. 4th, Stephanie Garza, James Madison FFA. 3rd, Adeline Hughes, San Jacinto County 4-H. 2nd, Powell Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And 1st was Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations. If you are coming back for the market show, you are allowed to leave tack here at the property, but it must be in the horse stalls that are marked over on the west side of the barn. Please be cognizant of the fact that everybody or many will put stuff there, so please condense your area, and you are leaving things there at your own risk, but they do have horse stalls that you can put your equipment in for the market show, but you cannot leave them in your pens.
Talked the last class of does here in Division I believe, before switch back over. It looks like a sheep drive going on. I think, man, some serious heat came in this class, and I think, this top 5 represents a just phenomenal set of really, really powerful females. Just to tell you what I see, the small areas amongst these top few, because I think it's really nitpicky. A set of females who just roundness of ribs, skeletal width, I think natural muscularity, all exceed and excel. For me, I think when we put that together on a skeleton that's just really, really correct and stays really, really appropriate, I think the length of body, the strength of spine, just the shoulder shape back into her forerib, not just the set and function, but the look of the hind leg on the doe that we're going to go ahead and use to win, I think really, really, really impressive. The doe in second here, kind of a longer caped one. That's a big outline, just big scope kind of female, chocked full of absolutely tons of power. That one is big and broad in terms of just spread and dimension. To me, she gets a little bit just looser and more open in her shoulder, not as consistent in her handle as you get right back into her rack shape, probably over her loin edge too, just a shot round. I think you just stand off of them in the female, and third probably looks more similar there to our class winner. You get directly on top of them. You study them from a 3/4 view. I don't think that one's heart just allowed her to open up with enough spread there in terms of her rack shape, but an awfully captivating look. You love the handling quality. The blonde doe here, I think feature and just basic build, underline balance, and how she gets out and operates is really impressive. It just comes right down to it. That one's not aggressive enough in terms of her shape, a little narrow over her loin. A bigger scoped female here that comes out next, I think you just really like the up and out, the leanness and handling expression she has up high. Gets a little bit drier to her flank, just a little more general in how she operates in her spine, there in her back leg as well. A nice set here, I think the last class of the division. Let's put your hands together for the goat side and switch back over to the sheep.
Back on the sheep side here as we finish Division II, a very, very good group. Maybe a little tougher in areas to put those classes together like Division I, but boy, I'm pleased with our class winners and our seconds here. You guys have been a great crowd. One thing that I love about Texas is the quality of livestock are incredible. The kids are really good. The support's great. One thing I don't like is we usually don't like to clap and cheer very much unless you win. So if you guys would, you've been a good crowd. Give these four a nice big round of applause here on the sheep side. As I said, a really, really good group, and there's some different flavors and kinds out here, if you would. I thought the young guy in the red shirt over there with the second place blue ewe, he's a really, really good stick. He's a good showman, and he highlights where that ewe's good. She's beautiful through her front end, got a slim neck, a good wedge shoulder. She's actually shallower and more youthful at the base of her chest and her shoulder, and runs uphill just.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico. Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Of her back, her engine, her forearm, just a real stout Rodeo Deluxe. Maybe gets just a little high in her hip in relation to the point of her shoulder, a little coarser, a little more masculine, if you would, there up through her neck and the point of her blade. I'd like to make her run uphill and just a little looser in terms of her structure there. The young guys, again, is also a real good hand here on the front line and our Class 1 winner. This ewe here is just really fundamental in a lot of areas. I don't know if she just wows you in any area, but I think that's what makes her very nice. She's good structured. She's fundamental in terms of feet and legs. She's got a really bold rib, a really wide hip when you get into her, and then very smooth and maternal in the way she's organized here from the profile. If we want to get hard on them, and again, I'm going to pick them apart the best I can through the day. I think both of our class winners could be just a click fresher at their loin edge. I would like to just freshen her up in terms of her body, freshen her up at her loin edge. My call is she's a little fragile in terms of her forearm and her foot size, and then we get her out in motion. She wants to run downhill on us just a little bit to me and shift a little more weight there through her shoulder and her chest floor. I'd like to lean that ewe up there in terms of her lower body, make her run uphill a little nicer there in motion. This young guy doesn't do anything wrong here from the side. He gets the most out of her. It's when we take him out of it, a very good showman, and study her in motion. She becomes just a little heavier in her front end and maybe just a little frailer in terms of her feature. But boy, is she smooth, is she functional, does she have a really nice in terms of length and levelness of top line, and still very square when you get in behind her. The ewe that wins Class 2, there's your look over there. I mean, she is extra dense. To me, she puts the parts and pieces together in terms of just being stout and rugged and muscular, but still running uphill. In terms of her image from the profile, what I like is her body shape's big. She's bigger from behind, but her underline and her chest still has the right type of direction there in terms of her lower body. Again, she could be just a click fresher at the base of her loin edge, and she isn't going to be just the slimmest shouldered, the freakiest looking or freakiest necked one to hit the ring all day, but she balances tremendous. She's extra stout, and still when she...
We're missing a few. 6302, that's entry number 6302. Entry 4155, entry 4154, and 4167. Our second division champion in the Weather Dam Show went to Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H, and reserve was Karsten Stevenson, Wise County 4-H. We have our first division doe drive going. In Class 1, we had first place Callie Clemens, Ropes FFA. Second was Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H. From Class 2, first place was William Beatty, Mason County 4-H. And second was Madison Elrod, Rotan FFA. From Class 3, first place was Hannah Graves, Orange Grove FFA. And second was Kennedy Lawson, Brazoria County 4-H. And from Class 4, first place was Muncie Chavez, Beckville FFA. And second was Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our doe exhibitors a big round of applause. If you do win a division or reserve a division, please be sure and bring your bio sheet back to us after we give it to you. We do need those for the final drive.
Well, all of you here ringside, Division One on the doe side, put your hands together for these exhibitors and what they represent in four really strong classes we have in this division. You know, as we get them back out here in these lighter weights, and we'll hop into the middleweights. Just really excited to see what comes, but I think some parts and pieces out here that should be awfully exciting. And, there are some different types and kinds amongst that. The first class there, as we got settled in, a pair of females that I think do some things really well, but at the same time, definitely some areas you need to protect them, or some areas you'd like to improve them in. And especially as we start to compare them, that lightweight, I think the future in that one is pretty neat, but she gets out horsed by these pretty fast as we jump into these heavier weights. One that's much stouter there in second. I think one that was pretty quick to find, just outlier in terms of the pieces, and where that one's extreme and it's extremely good. Some maybe areas that we just like to tone her back just a touch. That one's shoulder shape relative to maybe just the fullness and the squareness and pride to her underline and back into her flank. I think you pull one skeleton open that wide, a little bit tough. And just what do you think there? Because definitely a home run waiting to happen, but maybe an outlier amongst the group. I think one there in second, the handling quality really fit that class winner there and made for a nice second. This group here in third, I think one that we just kind of rose to the top because there's a hard area to pick on her. Maybe out here as we just breed to the next generation, what kind of pieces does that one offer that just excites you the most? I don't know. But still, if we can get 100 of those in a pasture, I still think you're in the business there. And again, another one down the backside there. Handling quality is awfully good. Really appreciate that one in that regard. I think a really deep class we wrapped up this division with. I think this female here, one that looks like a lady, really gets out and operates and packs as much natural dimension on her skeleton as possible. I think we rival one that's even bigger and bolder there in second, maybe just starting to look like a brood doe ever so slightly, but one that definitely looks like the generating kind of brood doe, no doubt. I'm proud of the first and seconds that we have out here. I think ones that have the right kind of lateness of maturity, pack as much kind of lean shape on them and still maximize build. Really, in my mind, there's probably about 3 that boil down to a couple really solid females that are hard to think disappoint anyone. Maybe one that's a grand slam kind of female. So definitely some favorites ringside, I'm sure. Put your hands together for these kids one more time. We'll get you a couple out of this division.
All right, our Division I champions on the Doe side. Champion went to Monse Chavez, Beckville FFA, and reserve went to Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 4 results. 10th place was Caselin Griner, Grimes County 4-H. Breeder is Rockin' CS Showgoats. 9th was Harper Ellis, Van Zant County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Showgoats. 8th, Gunnar Krieg, Wilbarger County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Showgoats. 7th was Harper Ellis, Van Zant County 4-H. Breeder is Kiefer Livestock. 6th was Kaylee Walters, Wharton County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. 5th, Hadley Cool, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 4th, Peyton Kahn, Robertson County 4-H. Breeder is Stork Livestock. 3rd was Briley Herman, Montgomery County 4-H. Breeder is Shrank Showgoats. 2nd was Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. And our class winner was Monse Chavez, Beckville FFA. Breeder is T4 Livestock. Congratulations. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please. Let's give these dough exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please.
Was a leapfrog into Division III here again. You never know exactly what you're going to get, especially as you move into a heavier weight a division this time of the year. And composition does come into play. We're getting a couple sheep that are maybe just getting a little over the hill for me, a little staler in terms of their makeup. Again, we've used some prettied ones. We've used some powerful ones. To me, our class winner here does a lot of good in a lot of areas. From her shoulder blade back, that is to me how an underline should be built. Her rib cage is immaculate. And then her best view to me is when we get them out and study them in their natural state. She's got the length of body, the length of step, and athleticism I love. And where we're at in the stage of development, she is so fresh and crispy in terms of her back and her edges when you get in behind her. Still runs uphill, got a beautiful flow to her underline. Got to pinch a shoulder if you're just going to get onto her. But to me, everything just still runs. She runs uphill. The tallest point of her is the base of her shoulder, her belly line, the way everything sits into her is real hard to do. To me, that ewe is very versatile. She's not a power ewe. She's not a pretty ewe. She's the beauty and the beast, and I like her very well. I like this ewe in second in motion, and to me, that's where the decision came between 2, 3, 4, and 5. I thought she was the next most fundamental. She is really good angled and good in terms of her flexibility. Still very maternal in the way she's sculpted here from the profile. She too runs uphill. She too is good bodied, and she too is very sound. In relation to our class winner, maybe not just as good from chest to flank, isn't just as round in her forerib or as fresh and square and edgy when I get right in behind her, but she is a really complete one that I think you can take to a lot of different bucks. Very versatile and very capably shown. Young man does a really nice job. The blue ewe has a lot of intriguing pieces to me, and that's why I kept working her up from a breeding perspective. Extra stout. I mean, her forearm, her front leg, her back legs are big, and she is hard and square down her back when you get onto her. Here from the profile and in motion, I just couldn't get her lower body to balance up like I wanted. She's a little straighter up to her shoulder, a little coarser at the point of it, a little snug for me in terms of her flank. And her underline, she gets out in motion and just stabs a little too much for myself to run her in a top pair. But she's got so many good pieces in terms of running uphill, having a good hard back, and big legs. I like those things about her. The ewe here in 4 is an intriguing one standing still. Very swoopy in terms of her underline. Got a good shape to her rack, a good fresh expression there down her top line. I thought her lower body and her freshness is why she beat the ewe coming here in 5. She gets a little pinched in her hip, a little shorter in that regard, and just a little rounder and just more general in the assembly of her hind leg. Would like to just stouten her up from end to end, but got a really good silhouette there from the profile, a very fresh rack laid into her. You know, like the ewe in 3, I do think there's a lot of versatile breeding pieces here on the ewe here in 5. To me today, it's just not her best day in terms of her skin texture, her muscle, and her freshness. But she is stout and square when you get in behind her. Love her back, love her spread, love her muscle. To work her up, I just got to freshen her up. She gets a little off from chest to flank, a little dry, a little raw in terms of her loin edge. I need to freshen up her back, drop her in her flank, and she too gets just a little stilty, a little choppy in terms of her front structure when I study her there in motion. So that was a real fun class here at the end of to start the last division with a real good class winner there. My compliments to you all on a real good start to Division 3. If you would, give them a nice big round of applause here once again as they leave.
Class 5 Weather Dam results. 10th place was Kaylee Daniel, Fayette County 4-H. 9th, Brooke Hughes, Rio Vista FFA. 8th, Brady Brister, Falls County 4-H. 7th, Caitlin Etheridge, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 6th, Jana Rollins, Hardin FFA. 5th, Emily Bynum, West Rusk FFA. 4th, Ashley Pippin, Spandora FFA. 3rd, Cassidy Westbrook, Hill County 4-H. 2nd was Blaze Smith, Plano FFA. And our first place was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations.
We jump back into the goat side, and I think just a lot of really, really massive goats that still offer a ton of quality here. Maybe as we sort towards the top end and which one was I going to go and gravitate and tie to, I don't know if it was just the most logical class in my mind. I think with that, the doe that we have there to go ahead and lead off, I think that's one from just maturity, length of body, and look and skeletal correctness standpoint. I really, really appreciate. I think with that just packs as much natural muscularity on the top side of her skeleton, especially compared to the one in third, who I think kind of resembles her from a build standpoint. And so probably just the combination of the two that we have there in second and third. and that's where I go ahead and lead off with. The paint doe, I think you just want to sort one in terms of an absolutely massive kind of rack shape, one that's extremely square and fresh there in her loin. Probably one of the biggest pin goats that we've seen all day, and I think underneath still really, really wide. For me, as we're getting into these heavier weights, that one's just probably a rib too short, maybe just a notch not comfortable enough in how she sits in the angle of her shoulder and just the looseness there of her loin as she turns it back into her jump muscles, but no doubt one that's really, really boxy. I think just one that's up and out and sheepy looking, really, really appreciates the one here in third. That one's lean and good in terms of her skin, creasy in terms of her shape. We study that one up front, and she just gets out horsed by that pair ahead of her. I think one whose feature and forearm, maybe just lower rib and flank as well, could be a shot more massive. Definitely a big forearmed, kind of stout-featured, big skulled one here that comes next. That one's really, really wide in terms of her chest. I think opens up into a massive kind of body cavity. Probably one that's just maybe starting to show her age in terms of her head and neck. One that's just a little bit thicker in her skin, a little bit plainer, blander there to the touch, but definitely a wide open one there as well. I think just a really nice kind of correct, skeletally correct one whose outline's really good that comes out next. We get to comparing them and just standing directly on top of them, though. That one's just not big enough in terms of her loin, not aggressive enough in terms of her rack shape compared to those ahead of her. But the basic of build, and I think just the breeding value of that one, really nice in the top five. A good set of goats here, some really, really stout ones that maybe just weren't quite built good enough, something we just like to intensify at the surface. Let's put your hands together for this set of exhibitors and a nice set of does.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 6 does are entering the ring. Class 7 does will be the next group to check in. Class 5 doe results. 10th place, Cadence Agrillin, Johnson City FFA. Breeder was Rocky Creek Showgoats. 9th, Hunter Neely, Madison County 4-H. Breeder is Morgan Livestock. 8th, Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 7th, Hadley Cool, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder is Schrank Showgoats. 6th, Julius Schwartz, Bastrop County 4-H. Breeder was 5-Star Boar Goats. 5th, Samuel Richardson, Oak Ridge FFA. 4th, Paisley Akins, Grayson County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Showgoats. 3rd, Rayleigh Davis, Scurry Rosser FFA. Breeder is Holscher Showgoats. 2nd, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. And first place was James Marlowe, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. Congratulations. Give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please.
Start wrapping up here on the Weather Dam side. Again, it's been a lot of fun. I didn't know exactly what to expect, but I've been blown away with the quality that's been represented through this show, and I've taken my time. It's probably the slowest I've ever moved judging a show. Those that know me know I like to be fast to the trigger and really, really roll at a good speed, but sometimes it's just nice to sit back and enjoy the show and take everything in, and I thought this was a really, really good end to it, and we're going to have a great drive here in just a second. I thought there was a lot of challenge, just to be as honest and as truthful as I could in this group. I tried walking them a couple times, and I guess, again, you look out here, the new fads, the Nike Dunks, and we got plenty of those, so they should be okay with getting out and running and taking some circles around the ring here. There's a lot of differences in terms of structure. The one I kept coming back to is very deceiving, and again, if you're just going to get out there and say it right here, right now, she probably needs a little more bone and just a little more leg wool, I guess, more than anything, if you're going to really call something out. But her body balance, her design from the profile, and from her loin edge forward, she's up fronted, she's good chested. I like the base of her shoulder, her top line balance, and the way she ran uphill better than the sheep in 2. I thought she was bigger pinned, fresher compositionally, more athletic than 3. I like the youthfulness better in 4, more butt cheek than 5. So to me, she kind of puts it all together really, really nicely. She does need just a fraction more bone, but I'm telling you what, she's not a sissy. She is really, really deceiving. She is awesome in her outline from the side, but she packs a punch. I'm telling you, when you get right in behind her, body shape with progression's really, really good. She's not a big flat pancake. She just needs a little more leg wool if you're going to get hard on her. I thought the sheep in second just started growing her way up there. I would like to make her more flexible out of her front end. She's a little coarser at the base of her shoulder. She doesn't necessarily just run uphill like a couple others from the profile, but she is just so genuine, and what you see is what you get. At this stage of the game, her composition, her freshness in terms of just her touch right out of her elbow pocket, her squareness when you get in behind her is really, really good. She is bigger footed. She is bigger boned and woollier than the one we go ahead and start with. And again, I just thought compositionally she was more immature through the base of her breastbone, her touch, and her tone when I got onto her than the sheep coming in behind. If she's more flexible, if she's a little better in her lower body and just her shoulder movement, this is going to be a different race here on the top end. I just thought our class winner was better in those particular areas. This young man, I've told him many times today, is an excellent showman, and right there, when you get that look of her, she is right there in the thick of things. She's swoopy bodied, she's maternal, got big, hampy legs that are fun to look at, and I just love her smoothness from front to rear. She's hit that point where I would have liked to seen her a couple weeks ago. She's just a little juicy for me, and of this group, she's the shortest bodied, she's the most pronounced in her shoulder and her breastbone. I get onto the stock and get right in behind them. She is the flattest in terms of her rib cage, her loin edge, and her hip. If we freshen her up, make her just a click more youthful, again, she's playing ball as well because she's big-legged, she's smooth, she's maternal. I just read her a little compact, a little deep, and a little waisty in terms of her overall makeup. This view's hard for me because I think she's got a lot of generating value here in 4, and once again, you put that good of a showman on the front end, and they can start to hide a lot of things on a sheep like this. She is really opened up. She's got a good shape to her stifle. She's very broody in her appearance. For me, she's a little more masculine in terms of her shoulder and her neck, a little thicker at the base of her shoulder and rump, and I just read her just a little stale as well. In terms of her texture and muscle, you get in behind her, although stout from the outside, she's not any more opened up. As I get into her rear view, we'd like to lay her back, make her more feminine through her front end, make her just a little more youthful in her overall appearance. Buddy Sheep in 5 does those things that we just discussed, about 3 and 4 to a very good degree. She's very immature. She's very juvenile still at this stage of the game. I like her composition. She's genuine. She's very, very true in terms of her shape and her condition. Very, very appeasing to the eye when you study her from the profile. Buddy, again, when we got in a class with some stout hussies, she just ran out of steam. When I got right in behind her, she wants to flatten and fade in terms of her rib, her loin, her pins, get just a little fragile as I build her from the ground up. But that's a wonderful class. I thought that was a lot of discussion that could be had. I want to thumb wrestle you if you want to flip and flop them, but I am very convicted our class winner needs to do so. We're going to have a good heavyweight drive. Again, it's been a very fun show like we've done every class. Give them a good round of applause, please, if you guys would.
Okay, we are ready for our final division drive on the Weather Dam side. From Class 5, first place was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And second place was Blaze Smith, Plano FFA. From Class 6, first place was Riley Dilshaw, Harris County 4-H. And second place was Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. Folks, let's give these Weather Dam exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 6 results. 10th place was Brenna Groen, Stevens County 4-H. 9th, Brady Brister, Falls County 4-H. 8th, Andrea Mills, Sanger FFA. 7th, McLean Roberts, Stevens County 4-H. 6th, Riley Strider, Columbus FFA. 5th, Brewer Birch, Stephenville FFA. 4th, Huston Hortz, Early FFA. 3rd, Aiden Burgess, Bridgeland FFA. 2nd, Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. And first place was Riley Dilshaw, Harris County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, we do need our other division and reserve division champions from the Weather Dam Show to come check in.
Over here on the U side, before we get you an overall champion, I thought this heavyweight division was really, really fun, and there's a group of them that I'm very proud of. And like we had maybe in Division 2, a couple different kinds, couple different flavors that'll fit some different niches, if you would. But I'm very comfortable, especially with our front line. They're sheep that run uphill. They're sheep that are athletic. They're very, very correct in terms of their condition. More important, I just like their feet, legs, and structure when they get out and go very well. I'm not going to write you a love song. I got my mind made up, and there's one that blew my doors off, and we're going to have a heck of a drive here in just a few. But there's a very, very good champion, in my opinion. There's a darn nice reserve as well. I know we're starting to lose our crowd just a little bit here on this side. Everybody's turning over, getting the market lambs ready. If you're still here, you probably are supporting somebody out here in the ring. So if you guys would, give them a nice big round of applause here. We'll grab you two in your heavies.
Our division champion went to Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And reserve was Riley Dilshaw, Harris County 4-H. Congratulations. Again, we do need our division champions and reserves to come check in if they have not done so for our final drive.
Well, a big crowd here ringside, obviously, from the cheers for the young man here. We're going to go ahead and lead off with, and one I think he should be awfully proud with. Goat, a bigger goat, once he gets that thing settled in and driving, I think that one from just a genuine composition standpoint, coupled with natural width and muscularity, I think that one probably combines the ones we have there in second and third. I think you step off of him from the side. I like the length of body to that one. I like just the length and levelness to his hip, and when that one cranks its tail to its tail set, I think still driven up in terms of her chest, really nice in terms of her underline. Maybe one that just could be just a shot neater there in the shape of her neck, and just young man can kind of maybe just push her neck down into ever so slightly, but I think when that one gets put together, really, really impressive from a composition and look standpoint. Another one that's just paper thin hide and rock hard in terms of her back shape's the one that comes here in second. Probably with that, she's just not naturally as round there in terms of her forearm, maybe just as much spread there to her rack shape. I think one that's still really, really impressive in terms of her handle. I think got a correct kind of just neat look from the side and a nice one there for second. The female here in third, I think you can step off to the side of this one and just a brood doe that you can really appreciate. Tall at the top of her shoulder and still draws back really neat there in terms of her flank line. That one wraps just a ton of really deep tying muscle there into the base of her leg. I think there's a lot of product on that female. Maybe when we dig into them just from a cover standpoint there, a little bit softer over her ribs, a little bit plainer to her touch. Went ahead and made that decision and left her third. I think a sharp looking one that's awfully crisp in terms of its handle comes here in fourth. Just a little bit too compact. When we set them into motion, gets a little too rocked forward in her shoulder, a little smaller in a maturity pattern. Flip the script here because here's a big outline one who's just scope and up and out. I really, really like. That one's crisp and hard in terms of her shape. Just at this weight and this size, a little raw there in her belly, a little rough there in her jump muscles. Some awfully neat pieces here in the top five. A good set. Let's put your hands together for these exhibitors, please.
Okay, we are ready for our final drive in our Weather Dam show. Our Division I champion. Our Division I champion was exhibited by Claire Bland, age 13, from Oakwood, Texas, member of Leon County 4-H. Claire wants to attend Texas A&M and become a doctor. She enjoys being with friends, showing sheep, running track, theater, and after all that, taking a good nap. Our reserve for Division I was Karsten Stevenson, age 13, from Paradise, Texas, member of Wise County 4-H. Karsten wants to attend college to further his education and return to help grow his family's breeding operation. Enjoys showing sheep. Our Division II champion was Amy Moore, 13 years old, from San Angelo, Texas, member of Tom Green County 4-H. Wants to a future in raising club lambs, enjoys spending time with friends, family, showing and buying turquoise. Our reserve for Division II was Karsten Stevenson, 13 years old, from Paradise, Texas, member of Wise County 4-H. Again, wants to attend college to further education.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007.
Enjoys showing sheep. Our Division III champion was Grace Moore, 17 years old, from San Angelo, Texas, member of Tom Green County 4-H, wants to attend Texas Tech University. She enjoys showing sheep and goats and helping her mom raise sheep. Our reserve champion was Riley Dilshaw, 17 years old, from Houston, Texas, member of Harris County 4-H. Riley enjoys helping kids show sheep and succeed. Her favorite hobby is doing legs on her sheep. Folks, let's give our exhibitors one more big round of applause as we have our final drive. And while we're at it, let's give our Weather Dam judge, Mr. Connor Brew, a big round of applause for evaluating our livestock today.
All right, here as we wrap things up on your youth side, I'll tell you what, it has been a lot of fun. It's been an enjoyable time for myself. Again, I've tried to take my time and talk with every single kid that hit the ring today. It's very important to me. I say it every show because I never once made it out here on the front line like some of these young people did. So I think it's important to recognize whether you're first in a class or sifted down the line, that I hopefully give you something. So if you were seventh in class, I tried to give you one thing I saw in your sheep or two. So next year, as you go by them, maybe you can try to apply those lessons because, again, that's what I'm supposed to do here as an educator. Again, that's what I do every day with my judging kids is try to make sure that when you're going to buy stuff for the next year or buy stuff for your kids down the line, that you kind of have an idea of things you can tweak or fix on here. So I try to give everybody one thing or two. And more importantly, I've tried to show you respect, whether you're first or last, and your kids really did the same today. And that's what I always expect here when you judge in Texas. So it's been really, really enjoyable. Not going to give you a big, long, grand, dry speech. That's not exactly what I'm about. I just like working with young people and evaluating really, really good sheep. Again, man, you guys leave. I know this is just the start of the sheep weekend and goat weekend, and you're about to turn over on the market lambs, but make sure you find Dr. Ripley and Thane and everybody here at Rodeo Austin and tell them thank you for what they do for their kids. When I first moved down here from Indiana, everybody kind of wanted to write this show off for some reason because it's at the end of the year and it's the last one. But to me, it's probably the most competitive anymore, and it's grown exponentially on both sides. So it's really cool to see what they've done and getting more money and supporting your kids. So make sure you find them, tell them thank you, and give them their respect for what they've done for you. They don't do it for that. They do it because they really enjoy your kids. Again, not going to give you a big speech here, but make sure, as we all know, the sheep industry here in Texas lost a really, really good mind and someone that I respected and enjoyed visiting with at San Antonio every year at the livestock judging contest. And I like winning as much as anybody, and I really, really don't like losing. I promise you that. But remember why we're here this weekend and enjoy your time with your kids, enjoy your time with your friends and your family. I met some of my best friends here in this industry. So to you kids, I say it every show, the reason I work with young people, we're really good in this industry about supporting kids or supporting people when there's bad times and things have happened. But at the other times, we're real good about saying, you'll be okay, you'll be fine. So that's what we like to do. But make sure there's kids nowadays that are really struggling. There's adults that are struggling. If you're ever in need, you're ever going through some stuff, find my number, find my Facebook, whatever it is, and reach out. I'm always willing to talk. That's why I do this. There's a couple of them out here that I absolutely love. To me, there's a beauty, there's a beast, and there's a beauty and the beast. That's going to be your champion and just does everything you could ever ask for. And then it's a real tight race here for reserve. One of them just absolutely blew my doors off the moment they came in. Fire them up. Give them another nice big round of applause here. We're going to grab you too, and thank you for having me.
Our champion weather dam goes to Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And reserve champion goes to Claire Bland, Leon County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 6 doe results. 10th place was Callie Clemens, Ropes FFA. 9th was Rayleigh Holscher, Bell County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. 8th, Avery Fisher, Van Zant County 4-H. Breeder is Chandler Showgoats. 7th, Isabella Steele, Fort Bend County 4-H. 6th was Kaylee Knowles, Harris County 4-H. Breeder was Techstar Genetics. 5th went to Tana Winberg, Deer Park FFA. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 4th, Bryson Cooper, Wills Point FFA. Breeder is Padres Cabritos. Third place was Lane Socius, Galveston County 4-H. Breeder was Highview Ranch. Second went to Whitney Christian, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was RC4 Livestock. And our class winner was Brian Modisette, Angelina County 4-H. Breeder was Kiefer Livestock. Congratulations. Folks, let's give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring, please.
I think we load these 5 up in a truck and start breeding goats. We could be in the business here. An awfully nice set I think we have in Class 7, I believe. I think, the one that maybe just took me the hardest to wrap my head around, or the outlier amongst the group, is the one we're going to go ahead and lead off with. I think that one's silhouette, that one's presence, that one's quality, I think just really stands out amongst this group. Her freshness and just youthfulness about her head and condition, really good. That's not the stoutest one out here. She's not stout enough for you. I can buy that. There's plenty of stout bucks out there to breed her to. I think skeletal quality and just poise and balance, really good. That one's edges and just freshness. I think squareness is still good enough for me. I think her just lines is where I really tied to. The pair we have here in second and third are more like each other than our class winner. I think the one that's more genuine in her composition is the one we go ahead and use here in second. That one's big in terms of her chest and opens bold in terms of her forerib. Really square and just stand-up shape there out of the back side of her shoulder, and equally stout in terms of her pin set. That one just wants to kind of just squirm around and not always cooperate for the young man. Maybe her skeleton's just not quite as attractive in how it's assembled, a little bit open there in her shoulder. I think the one we have coming in here third, just her lines, got the right kind of power, the right kind of look to just have a really kind of smooth and just complete kind of look. Probably when we get our hands on her, that one's got just a shot of cover on her, maybe not as genuine in her shape, just as square and expressive in her handle as the pair that we have there ahead of her. Kind of the same thing for just a really stout brood doe that comes here in fourth. It's awfully big in terms of her spread. She's wide open from end to end, coming and going. That one gets a little bit open in her shoulder, a little looser in terms of her skin, and maybe just in transition out of her blade into her rack quite as good enough for me. No doubt there's no shortage of power here in the one we have in fifth. It's really when we set them into motion, that one that's really good in her body shape and expressive in her touch, probably just sorted fifth. She wants to kind of just run downhill, coil up there in her spine. If we can get that one to just get out and cat, I think those pieces that she has are really good. A nice set of 5 here to represent a really deep class. Like I said, put your hands together for this division or this class, please.
Class 7 results. 10th was Andre Terrazas, Natalia FFA. 9th, Kason McAfee, Caddo Mills FFA. 8th, Tara Cauble, Albany FFA, Breeders' Grimes Show Goats. 7th, Renly Agrillin, Medina Valley FFA. 6th, Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H, breeder is Techstar Genetics. 5th, Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H, breeder is Shahan Livestock. 4th, Riley Barlow, Lavernia FFA, breeder is Barlow Livestock. 3rd, Carly Parrott, Hawkins FFA, breeder is Sturt Show Goats. 2nd, Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H, breeder is Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H, breeder is Smithwick Genetics. Congratulations. give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Again, we need our first and second place exhibitors from classes 5 through 7. We need you to check in for the division drive, classes 5 through 7.
here, the last class of Division II before lunch, and I think a really, really nice set here. Exhibitors ought to be awfully proud of. A pair of females here, the paint and the white-headed ones. I think just kind of donkey stomp them in terms of just wide open skeletons, big, bold kind of rib designs in them. Really, really impressive handling quality. I think when you really comes down to it for me, I think just the shoulder design, the angle of her blade, and how she gets out and goes in terms of her knee. Prefer that paint female. I think in terms of handling quality, that one's probably just picked up squarer in the edges of her loin. Definitely not any bigger, but squarer in the edges of her loin compared to the white one that we have here coming out next. I think maybe at times I really like just the flex she has in motion. Maybe you'll get just a touch plain and just lose herself in terms of her spine. I think just the comfort of her skeleton allows that. And between a pair of stout ones, that's the one that I gave the nod to. The white female that we have coming out here next, a longer bodied one that's awfully round and robust there in terms of her forerib and the back side of her blade. I think awfully impressive in terms of her top side shape and rack. Probably as we set them into motion, that one maybe just a little bit more mature in her head and neck, a little bit more upright and stiff in how she gets out of her front end skeleton. I think the female that we have here coming in third, Exhibitor does a really nice job. Probably just one that looks a little bit youthful or immature compared to those really stout brood does. There's definitely nothing wrong with this one. Her lines are crisp, her underline's clean. She's youthful and hard in terms of her shape. Just can kind of get swallowed up by that pair ahead of her. Same for a kind of a longer caped one that's really, really elegant and neat in how she looks in her front 1/3. That one's too just maybe a little bit refined in terms of her feature, but I think her shape, her shallowness, and look is what went ahead and kept her up here in fourth. Rounding out the top five, one that definitely no shortage in terms of power. That one's really, really cracked open and some intriguing pieces. Just from a structural standpoint in my mind, need to just loosen that one, give her a shot more flex off either end of her skeleton. A good last class here to round out a really, really solid middleweight. Those of you who are still around, put a round of applause together for these kiddos and a really nice set of goats.
Okay, we are starting our Division II goat drive. From Class 5, first place was James Marlowe, Wilson County 4-H. And second place was Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. From Class 6, first place was Brian Motisette, Angelina County 4-H. And second place was Whitney Christian, Runnels County 4-H. From Class 7, first place was Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H. And second place was Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. From Class 8, first place was Ashlyn Ledecky, Clear Springs FFA. And second place was Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. Folks, let's give these doe exhibitors one big round of applause. Class 8 results. 10th place was Brayton Bailey, Florence FFA. 9th, Emma McClendon, Washington County 4-H. Breeder was Rutherford Showgoats. 8th, Briley Herman, Washington County 4-H. Breeder was W7. 7th, Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder was Humphrey Livestock. 6th, Brooklyn Kish, Sanger FFA. Fifth, Madeline Meadows, Eula FFA. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. Fourth, Haley Rodriguez, B County 4-H. Third, Hagen Ragsdale, Commerce FFA. Breeder was McAfee Livestock. Second, Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. Breeder was Reagan Thurman, Show Stock. And our class winner was Ashlyn Ludecki, Clear Springs FFA. Congratulations.
Put your hands together for these 8 exhibitors that are representing the middleweights, please. I'm standing here, going to take a short lunch break after this and just a little rest and recover before we hit that last division. But I think a set of really, really solid females that come out here. Ones that I think I like the just lateness of maturity. I think their skeletal correctness and look like females. And then I tried to lay just as much mass and power on them as we could get. I think a really nice set that come out of those first couple classes, maybe that one there from the first class, just gets kind of out horsed as we get them back out here. Young man's class winner here out of the second class. One, I think, shoulder back, really, really intriguing. Maybe her shoulder shape just doesn't tie in back to her rear 2/3 quite as well. Really stout set of seconds there that come out of those classes. I think, the interesting one to wrap my head around is the one here in third. Growing up as a sheep kid first, really wanted to make them look sheepy and look athletic and up and out and as cool as we can. But we definitely have to lay enough power in them. And so, like I said in class, I think that's where you have to draw the line or make up your mind on that one. A really stout one there that comes third out of the second class. A pair of them that I think fit extremely well together comes out of the fourth class in this division. Those are getting heavier weight females that's still good in their composition. Absolutely massive, but still handled on the right kind of the skeletons. For me, here to do, the things I like and the kind I like, and not trying to change the direction that the goat breed's going or the goat industry's going. Just personal opinion, I think there's a lot of stout bucks out there that can really click on this one. We're going to use that goat out of the third class to be your champion in this division. I think an awfully nice one there we got out of to go ahead and use for Grand in D2. Definitely not just the same in type and kind, but I think the next best goat out here is that Payne out of the fourth class. Let's put your hands together.
Our Division 2 champion goes to Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H. And reserve goes to Ashlyn Ludecki, Clear Springs FFA. Congratulations. Again, we will take about a 30-minute lunch break now, and we will start back with Class 9. We do need a parent or advisor for these division champions that were just selected.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Still just had water for lunch and no caffeine, but if we come back out here and these don't just wake you up, man, this is a phenomenal set of females, and nothing to take away from the young lady that's going to end up second here. She was the first goat out the gate, and I was like, that one's going to be the last one to leave out of this class. And then our class winner came out here, and I think an awfully impressive pair to represent probably, my favorite class that we've seen all day. These pair of females, we're getting just above 100 pounds, and I think still, and just in terms of their body type and their handling quality, really youthful and look like females. They're fresh. I think with that, just the skeletal quality, I think how the class winner gets out and handles herself in motion, I think really good. The angle to her shoulder, the shape of her head's maternal yet stout. I think that one's edge is really good. One that's awfully exciting. The darker headed one that's going to end up second, no doubt one that's still really exotic in terms of her body cavity. That one's big and expressive in her shape. I think she gets out and her neck attachment's really high and draws your attention, probably just because she's not quite right in the angle of her shoulder. We just need to push that one back in her knee ever so slightly. We could just sink her in her loin there. That's really nitpicky criticisms against a really nice class winner. Nothing you should be ashamed of there. The doe that's going to come out here in third, young lady's gotten them stuck all day long. That's a big stretchy one who's really up and out, still round and really shapely in terms of her back shape, lean and thin in terms of her hide. That one probably the edge of her shoulders just getting out of the plane of her body ever so slightly, steadier in her feature at the surface, just a little more fragile, and that's where I drew the line. The one that's going to be here in fourth, the young lady in red, probably looks more like a middleweight goat than a heavyweight goat. I think you study that one in terms of its edges and where its skeleton sits and touches the ground. Really genuine in its boxiness and build, but probably just got out-horsed against a few that are just a little bit more mature and ready, but still not overdone and really in their prime. This white-headed doe that comes out next, I think just from the profile as we look at her here, one that's really neat and arrogant about her front 1/3, good kind of sweep to her underline. Love how that one gets out and cats around. Probably as we study him compositionally, that one's got the most bark there over her forerib, just from a handling quality standpoint, not as aggressive in her shape as those there ahead of her. Really exciting class. Would you all please ringside give these exhibitors here that represent this first class of heavies a round of applause.
Class 9 results. 10th place, Georgia Munden, Merkel FFA. 9th, Lindley Williamson, Sanger FFA. Breeder is Lacey Livestock. 8th, Michaelan Crowder Amberg, Johnson City FFA. Breeder is Flock Livestock. 7th, Lacey Piper, Harris County 4-H. 6th, McKinley Hale, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. 5th, Kaylee Knowles, Harris County 4-H. Breeder is Techstar Genetics. 4th, Allison O'Rear, Cypress Ranch FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 3rd, Rayleigh Holscher, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Holscher Show Goats. 2nd, Carly Waters, Leon County 4-H. Breeder is Hammer Livestock. And our class winner is Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. Breeder is Schrank Show Goats. Congratulations. Give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
We kept it going strong here in the second class of this division. I think the class winner ultimately just has the best of both worlds that I think 2 and 3 has, and puts them together and just the hardest to make package. That female, I think, the pair up front are the two that I really like just from a balance and skeletal quality standpoint. I think when you dig into those goats, compositional correctness, just real genuine back shape and natural muscularity, she does it with that really, really appropriate skeleton. I think just a really solid one to land on, one that you get out and set into motion you can still really, really appreciate. This kind of saddleback painted doe, I think you just read them on the move and don't get too close to them. That's a big green kind of show goat at this heavyweight. Really, really neat to look at. Just so effortless in how she gets out and tracks about the ring. I ultimately made the call when I dig my hands in. She's just a little blander to the touch. Not as just square there out of the backside of her blade. Not as just aggressive in her loin shape either. But really, really love the basic build on that one. Kind of the opposite regard, the one that maybe rivals our class winner in terms of handling quality. A big, creasy, muscled one here. A lot of side view. Shape to her hip is the one that we have here in third for the young lady. Just went ahead and drew the line and structure on this one. Just wants to get a little bit rounder and more up and down into the angle of her shoulder. We could just lengthen her tail or lengthen her hip out, just jerk her tail set up ever so slightly. I think one that really, really impressive on the handle is really fresh, high quality handling, one that comes in fourth. Probably just when we set them into motion doesn't catch your eye quite like some others. Maybe a little thicker about her neck. Stout, but just a shot masculine there about her head. But you got to like her handling quality. A nice quality female that we're going to have here in fifth. One that I think shoulder shape and just look is really, really good. Probably as we get some that are awfully, awfully out there in terms of composition, natural muscularity. Just need to bring that one just to a little more genuine, rawer kind of shape. But I think an awfully intriguing one as well. A good top 5 here in this class. Let's put your hands together for the exhibitors that represent this one.
Class 10 results. 10th place, Noah Silva, Southside FFA. 9th, Cassidy Westbrook, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is Epic Acre Show Goats. 8th, Aubrey Epp, Kaufman County 4-H. 7th, Sophia Plassick, Grand Oaks FFA. 6th, Kendall Weehot, Montgomery County 4-H. 5th, Kate Mertz, Hallettsville FFA. 4th, Addison Norton, Harris County 4-H. 3rd, Kinsley Martin, Scurry Rosser FFA. 2nd, Kylie Tobias, Williamson County 4-H. And first place was Kinley Land, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Circle G Livestock. Congratulations. Show exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Say the same thing again as the last class, but I mean, really can't sort them too much on muscle here in the top 5, and so you can really dig into them and sort them on build and the kinds you like. I think with that, just the show ring presence, the quality here, the class winner, I think that when we set them into motion is one that gets you pretty excited, like a few that we've seen earlier here today, and then you put your hands on her and awfully impressive. I think that's a really nice place to start. Did so pretty quick for me, and it'll be interesting to see how she looks when we come back out here. The doe that we got here in second, I think you get directly on top of that one. Awfully fresh and thin in terms of her skin, really cracked open in terms of her handling quality. That one's still really arrogant in terms of where her neck comes off the top side of her shoulder. Probably just in terms of feature, doesn't match quite as well. That goat wants to overdrive on the young man just ever so slightly, kind of push her breastplate forward and deviate there and how her loin transitions into her hip. I think one that's awfully nice there. A similar kind of mold that comes out next just looks a little bit more immature, probably just a little bit more youthful in this class and just got out horsed. I still think the quality, just from a balance standpoint, a structure standpoint, and having the right kind of handling quality, awfully good. A big stout one that comes out next, one that's really opened up in terms of her chest and big and bold in her cage there. That one's a little bit just more mature about her head and neck, starting to show her age there. Probably a little bit rounder and just rougher in how she gets off either end of her skeleton. Similar story here, one that's awfully boxy in terms of her body cavity, a ton of spread down the top side of her skeleton. She's too short and upright on either end of her skeleton for my liking, and so went ahead and slid her fifth here in ones that are really powerful. But a nice set here, Class 11. Excited to see what this last class brings us running back for the division. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Class 11 results. 10th place, Brooklyn Grimes, Runnels County 4-H. 9th, Dylan Bailey, Splendora FFA, Breeders Newsom Ripley Showgoats. 8th, Carly Waters, Leon County 4-H, Breeders W4. 7th, Kyler Sewell, Alvin FFA, Breeders Kiefer Livestock. 6th, Allison O'Rear, Cypress Ranch FFA. 5th, Riley Barlow, Lavernia FFA, Breeders Barlow Livestock. 4th, Bailey Glure, Jasper County 4-H, Breeders Lacey Livestock. 3rd, Kylie Swearingen, Hardin County 4-H. 2nd, Kyler Sewell, Alvin FFA, Breeder is Sturt Showgoats. And our class winner is Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Congratulations. Give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
We definitely had some just range there in weight as we get to this last class of the day, and yet I still think we have a set of 12 or 15 here to represent heavyweight does that are still good compositionally, really, really massive, but still holding themselves together. I think the one who's just got the feature, the presence, the squareness of edges that I've been after here in this division is the one we're going to go ahead and lead off with. Young lady does a heck of a job getting that one drove. I think just front end is so comfortable. She really just shows that thing off in that regard. One that draws back awfully good in its lines, no matter whether it's braced, we set them into motion. Maybe one we could just lower in terms of her jump muscles, make her just a little leaner and neater there at the base of her tail. But I think that's pretty nitpicky on a really nice one here in the heaviest class of the day. A kind of a sandy paint here. That one's probably just the absolute boldest, the most robust in terms of her body cavity. Has the most spread down the top side of her skeleton. Still think her chest is really driven up in her neck comes out right. That one's a little just open in how her shoulder attaches into her forerib in my mind. Maybe a little bit rounder in her handle, but no doubt still really, really massive. The black doe that we have here coming in third, that one's really lean and crisp and aggressive in terms of her shape. Probably at her feature, she's just not quite as stout. One that maybe just a little shorter and rounder in her hip, a little cut up there in her stifle as well. Red-legged doe here that comes out next, I think it's pretty hard to pick a major hole in. One that's pretty versatile in terms of how you can mate that one, but maybe at the same time just doesn't have anything that quite excites you in progressiveness of the few ahead of her. One that maybe just a little rough in terms of where her tail sets relative to her jump muscles as well. Paint doe here, no doubt you're sitting in the stands, one that you can really, really like. I think basic build's good on that one, just got the right kind of productive body cavity. Go ahead and make the decision in terms of handling quality on that one in my mind. She's got plenty of spread, but just the plainest, the softest to the touch of these in the top five. Let's put your hands together for this last class. We'll bring you back a division.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Okay, we are starting our third division drive. Here shortly. Okay, coming out of Class 9, first place was Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA, and second place was Carly Waters, Leon County 4-H. From Class 10, first place was Kinley Land, Brown County 4-H, and second place was Kylie Tobias, Williamson County 4-H. From Class 11, first place was Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. And second place was Kyler Sewell, Alvin FFA. From Class 12, first place was Grace Nixon, Huffman FFA. And second place was Aiden Dela Cruz, Santa Gertrudis FFA. Folks, let's give these doe exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, we got back here after lunch and didn't really know what we were going to get into in the heavyweight division. We were talking as we were eating just how hard it is to keep these things fresh and tucked up right in their shape. And then we come to that first class and absolutely woke me back up and got me fired up. And probably the most fun division I've had all day. A group of exhibitors that have just gotten after it, extremely competitive, brought extremely high quality stock out here, and done it in the right kind of way. So put your hands together for a really deep division here in the third division. With that being said, we're going to run a couple of these back here in just a moment. That first class, I think a pair that were awfully exciting. I think the uniqueness of what that first class winner couples, just from a presence and quality standpoint, sheepy kind of looking and still really square and awfully impressive in terms of her handle. I think a dang nice second there. Probably the longer I study them, I think maybe just in every kind of regard, I'm really confident in the class winner that I have there, not to take away from the one over there in second. The pair here in the second class, I think a pair of brood does that are just really stout, really correct. Maybe as we start to look at some of these class winners here on the front line, just not as crisp in their lines, not as unique and athletic in maybe their silhouettes here at these heavier weights, but a set of basic brood does that you should be awfully proud of. Was really excited about that first class, and then I think the third class in this division came in. I think this one here rivals a lot of things that I really liked about my first class winner. And then that's really the reason that she kind of took the cake in that class. Not to take anything away from the young man there over in second. I think that one maybe just doesn't want to show herself off quite as often, but it's still a really nice female, no doubt. And then the last class there, I was really impressed that they got him to just stay held together in that kind of regard. One that still looks like a female, but one that's athletic out here in the ring. Maybe just not as aggressive in her muscle texture as just wow in terms of her look compared to some of them, but I think an awfully good class there. I'll be honest, really excited about that first class, the pair of them. Then that one there in class 3 came out and hit me pretty hard. It's those two class winners. We're going to go class 1 for champion. Class 3 is going to be reserved.
Our Division III champion goes to Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. And reserve goes to Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Congratulations. As we prepare for our final drive, I will go and give Class 12 results. 10th place was Claire Mertz, Hallettsville FFA. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 9th, Gracie Graff, Kerr County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 8th, Kyler Sewell, Alvin FFA. Breeder is Kiefer Livestock. 7th, Julie Jones, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder is JB Goats. 6th, Evelyn Norman, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 5th, Danielle Johnson, Kimball County 4-H. Breeder is 5-Star Boar Goats. 4th, McKenna Kincaid, VR Eaton FFA. Breeder is Hennon Farm Show Goats. 3rd, Peyton Valesky, Coppers Cove FFA. Breeder is CD Livestock. 2nd, Aiden Dela Cruz, Santa Gertrudis FFA. Breeder is La Copa Show Goats. And first place was Grace Nix.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Okay, we are ready for our final drive in our Weather Doe show. Our Division I champion was exhibited by Monse Chavez, 14 years old, from Timpson, Texas. Monse is a member of Beckville FFA, wants to go to Texas A&M or Auburn University to study veterinary medicine. She enjoys working goats. Our reserve champion from Division I was Lorelei Wagner, 9 years old, from Lenora, Texas. Lorelei is a member of Martin County 4-H. She wants to attend Tech or A&M and get a career in agriculture. She enjoys showing goats and lambs and riding horses. Our Division II champion was exhibited by Henley Cloud, 11 years old, from Anahuac, Texas. Henley is a member of Chambers County 4-H, wants to attend Texas Tech and major in animal science and embryology, enjoys showing livestock, participating in rodeo and baseball. Our reserve champion from Division II was exhibited by Ashlyn Ludecki, 17 years old, from League City, Texas. Ashlyn's a member of Clear Springs FFA. She wants to attend Tarleton State, major in livestock production, and start her own goat breeding operation. She enjoys spending the day at the barn, working with goats and lambs, and going to jackpots all over Texas. Our Division III champion was exhibited by Alexis Guthrie, 18 years old, from Marion, Texas. Member of Marion FFA, Alexis wants to go to Texas Tech, major in animal science, and then go to vet school. She enjoys showing goats and spending time with her friends and family. And our Division III reserve champion was exhibited by Addison Shahan, 17 years old, from Bigfoot, Texas. Member of Frio County 4-H, she wants to attend Abilene Christian University, major in animal science. She enjoys hanging out with her family. Folks, we've got a great set of does and a great set of exhibitors. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Well, as we wrap things up, in an awfully exciting day, like we were talking about this morning, it was a long day as your numbers just keep on climbing, which is awfully impressive. We did end up finishing a ways later than the sheep show, and definitely going to be quick to run to the trailers after we finish this. I understand that, but I think we were sitting there talking at lunch about the associate judge system. And I was like, that was a really nice experience for me, because sometimes you're out here judging alone, and the only voice you can hear is that voice in your head. But I want you to put your hands together for these kids out here today. We had some good conversations, some laughs. It was good, just conversations to be around, keep things light, and still have a really competitive show. Thanks to everyone that helps put this on. It was neat when Avery gave me that call from getting picked up yesterday at the airport by Craig, Fred, and the interns that we had working in the ring, Jeff and Glenn, the superintendent Dottie, just a top-notch group of people. The only thing slow was me making up my mind out here today. So put your hands together for a crew that does a heck of a job here for these couple weeks. I think an awfully exciting set of females that we have out here. a great group of exhibitors that, they're backing these livestock. We've talked about these, and I know all of you have your favorites. I think it's pretty hard to choose between these, and you can't really go wrong. I don't care which one your favorite is. Let's give them all a big round of applause. I'll just show you the two I like today. A really exciting D1 that we had there this morning, and I think two awfully good ones that came out of that. One that was really, really unique, and I think that's when we got to using ones that just fired me up from a look and athleticism standpoint. That class, or that champion that we had there out of the heavyweights, I think she brought all that and then packed it an absolutely massive punch with it. That one that came out of her division follows her dang close. Let's give her a round of applause.
Okay, our champion doe goes to Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. And our reserve goes to Addison Shahan, Frio County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors, and we want to thank our judge, Mr. Colby Redifer, for evaluating our does today. Again, if you are planning on leaving your tack or camping equipment over for the market show, please put that in the horse stalls that are marked with the yellow sign.